Hello, greetings, welcome, hi, hello, howdy, hey, how are you? Welcome, hi there, hello, what's going on? Hi there, greetings. My name is Zed. Happy to have you all here. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Chloe, Katarina, Hori, Squishy, Dotra, Shihiro Haku, Crystal, Jetty, Saber, Bam. Sorry to surprise you, Desiree, Brianna, Marie. How's it going? Hi, Scullion. Hi, Suli. How are you? Fancy Potato Chip. And King Ishigo, Kiri, what's going on? Brad's Dancing Swan, hello. Hi guys, how ya all doing? Hi Everdied. It's good to see you all. Welcome, greetings, hi, hello. Usually when we start out, I kind of try and step in with some, like some thoughts of kind of what's going on and some, little bit of energy and news and all of that. But right now, I'm just feeling like no thoughts, head empty. But hello, Mr. Hooded Draven. How you doing? What's up, Berlin? How am I? I'm doing all right, thank you. Hi, Nancy. So, I did get a couple things going. Just some simple stuff. Forget when I've been playing Baldur's Gate, I have that cranked, and I'm like, everything's so loud. You love them? They are here, and they will be gone as soon as I am able. But I moved my mic arm, so that's going to take some getting used to. It's supposed to be, like, the idea is that you don't have to look at that thing. So now I just have the mic in my face doing facials. But at any rate, thanks, Atlas. Little? Atlas Little? Hi, Crystal. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. I hope you're still badly dizzy. Hemoglobin is low, so there's internal bleeding. Ay. Feel better, Crystal. I'm sorry. I hope that they figure it all out and take care of you. Lytle works. Fair enough. Well, I appreciate the congrats. Appreciate you coming by. We've got Subnautica coming up. The more I've kind of thought about it, the more I'm like, I think replacing memory is an important step, but I think that the motherboard just is too suspect to leave and just swap. And since the other gaming PC is now no longer the hot seat per se, because this one's up and running, I can take a little bit more time and do an actual motherboard. So I did add a motherboard to Throne to get that taken care of. I got a footrest coming so that I can hopefully hold Buffy without it hurting my back quite as much. Kind of, because when I hold Buffy, like, I have to sit weird to keep my legs from tilting down and her kind of rolling off and being uncomfortable. But so I'm hoping that will change. I don't know how it'll change, but I'm hoping that'll help. That's the only thing I can think of to try and change the situation. And then I got some toggle bolts ordered so that I can get the Pavo tube lights hung, so we can try and improve the lighting slightly. I don't think that, ideally there shouldn't be too much that you guys can tell. At most, I think what would happen is I would lose a little bit of the border around me. And even that, with the LUT, you guys don't see too well. Ideally, hopefully, kind of thing. But it should remove some of the green, kind of greenish around it. Particularly, like, you can see up in the hair, you can see the greens that happen when, and that's sort of thing that lighting's supposed to be. But anyway, it'll make things a little bit easier for me in general. Just, best lighting, best. So, you don't see too well, but that's why you wear glasses. So, anyway, Crystal, thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Balanon, Shar Shadows, Neptune X, Danger Rose 91, and Primal Frost 13. Geltrin, thank you for the 13 months and the heart. I appreciate it. So, anyway, trying to kind of take steps to continue to improve things, and utilizing the Streamathon as an opportunity to upgrade what needs upgrading, or improve the things that aren't necessarily critical, but that when we have the opportunity, let's get them fixed. And so far, like I said, the PCs ran fine. It's so dark. It's just a cave of black with one rainbow stripe on it comparatively. But here we are. I've got to do a whole lot of different things. I mean, one is just there's always so much shit that needs to be transferred over from the old one to the new one on the hard drives and stuff. And I need to be careful or try to be mindful, because it's like, I think that one has like a copy of the previous hard drives, like documents and stuff, and it's like they never get merged or anything, and so you end up with like 5 tiers of old computer documents, and it's like trying to kind of figure out, what do I need, what do I not. But if I can get it up and going, having the NAS running properly again should give me an opportunity to archive that stuff in case I do need it, without it being live and active and dependent on the current PC. Hi, B. None of this stuff is interesting to any of you, so I apologize. I'm just talking. Hi, Trisha. So we'll get to the games, and you just swap SD card. Yeah. Full mailbox. Good to see full mailbox. Haven't seen that for a while. The old one's gonna become a Plex server. Nice. But yeah, so I figure if I get a new motherboard, then I'll just do a full swap on that. The current motherboard is water cooled, but I'll figure out how to do it without it. Basically, I just need to replace the U-bend with a flexi pipe, so that's going to kind of be obnoxious because I'll have to adjust the water cooling a little bit, but I can we can work that out. Hopefully I have the fittings. I don't know if it's regret or not, because it's like, I'm glad I got the experience, but getting the experience has been a pain in the ass ever since, of doing that water cooling system. It's just, it makes everything so much more difficult to work with it forward facing, it just becomes such a bitch that way. But hopefully it was an experience. It was fun. I will definitely be sticking to just AIOs and air-cooled video cards from here on out, But bye, Chloe. Hi, Geninator. How you doing? Hello, Gilded. It's interesting. I'm just sleepy. I mean, fair enough. But what else? I think we're about caught up on everything. I am amused, and I don't know. This might not be funny to anybody else, but it's funny to me. You ever have those where you're like, no one else is gonna think this is funny, but I think it's funny. I'm gonna make you deal with the not funny that I think is funny. I just gotta figure out how I'm going to make you deal with it. Wow. Okay, Windows 11, I see you. Huh. Now Windows 11, if you hit print screen, instead of it just doing a screen snapshot, it actually gives you a crop tool to select what you want, and that's kind of cool. All right, that'll work. You have anger issues, so water cooling scares you. One kick gone. Well, I mean, I think it's fair to mitigate the damage, but I think there's a more fundamental problem that might be want to be looked at. And Sigmar, thank you for the in advance. Don't you have a fiber storage network? You could just use most things. Oh, what now? I mean, fiber's just a interlink. But no, I don't have in-house fiber. Can you do that? A SAN? No. I mean, I have a NAS that I'm getting back up, but I don't have a SAN. Honestly, I don't have a whole lot of experience with SANs. But I do have a NAS. SAN is basically, if I recall, it's where it's like the storage on the computer is via network. One moment. Anyway, SAN, I think, is basically like, it looks like local storage to the computer, but it's actually via network, where NAS is obviously you're connecting to a known network server. But at any rate, a fiber-based SAN, though, whew, that would be a, I mean, now I'm curious, like, I know that the tools to work with fiber are pretty expensive. Like, they're like $100, $200 to do like fiber splices and stuff like that. But I don't know that I'm trying to think if you could actually set up, and now I'm wondering like how much it would be to do like fiber drops to a home and a fiber. I don't even know how much a fiber interconnect would cost, because you would need a patch panel for it. So this is all very interesting. There's no way in hell I'm gonna pay to do that, but I wonder how much it'd be. Have I played the 2005 Area 51 game by Midway? Is that the arcade one where you shoot? Because I played the arcade Area 51, the shit out of that, but no, I don't think so. Do Wi-Fi or extenders will help with speeds? No. Unless, possibly. If you are going extra slow because you barely have any connection, and a Wi-Fi extender gives you better connection, it is possible that you would be faster because you have a more stable link. But in general, an extender is actually going to potentially slow down anything that has a good connection already, because now you have multiple devices on that same channel broadcasting more into the airwaves, and it's got more things to figure out and to work through. So basically, think of... it literally is this way. Like, think of a big room, like a football field, and you're at one end of the football field and you're trying to get something to another end of the football field. A Wi-Fi connection might be in the middle of the football field, or it might be anywhere in that. But if you can yell to the Wi-Fi connection thing and it can tell what you're saying and yell it over to the next guy, then that's about as good as it's going to get. Now, you add an extender in there, and now you have, if the guy can't hear you, you can yell to the extender, and the extender can turn around and yell back at the guy the original Wi-Fi point. And, now you have an interconnection for a further distance than you could have. But if you already could have reached the one, now you're yelling, and you hit both of them. At the same time, the extender turns around and starts yelling back at the first one while he's trying to yell to the original. And now you have all these multiple voices and stuff all yelling, and it gets much more confusing for them to all figure out. Computers are much better at it than that, but you're just adding more voices to noise and nothing is faster. Hi, Forever Kite. How you doing? Is the stream down? I think that one's you, WebDB. The current background music is simply the Subnautica music, which is a fantastic soundtrack. That's not what I meant to show, but this is still what I want to show. This is what I was going to show you guys that was funny to me, is YouTube's content ID has updated with my stuff, and so now on my channel, it's like, hey, Mr. Zine, we've noticed that you're using Mr. Zine's content. we're going to have to peel a little bit of money off and send that over to Mr. Zine for you using Mr. Zine's content. So, at any rate, this is actually legit, though, to be fair. And this is why AI, this is not AI. I mean, it really isn't. This is actually legit, though, because they do this is through the company that does the posting for me. Like, you know, I use SoundDrop, which then does the distribution to Spotify and YouTube and all those. And Fuga is their partner. So basically, it just means that YouTube now recognizes my audio and is paying it out, because YouTube doesn't necessarily know that I'm this Zine, right? They just know they have a content ID match for this song to this thing and this thing. And then SoundDrop does 100% pass through on the revenue. So I don't lose anything. I mean, you know, I don't lose any of my 3 cents, but it is kind of funny that I get notices, like, just from YouTube of, like, you're using this dude's content, so we're going to have to, you know, give him a little bit of a revenue share that way. And I'm like, yep, you sure are. So, at any rate, let's see. Okay. So anyway, as far as the music, it is simply the intro screen for Subnautica is all that's been in the background. And if you like the Subnautica, I would really recommend buying the soundtrack, if not the game. The soundtrack is fantastic. Welcome back, WebDevy. Do I get that money? I do, actually. It just goes through a different route, basically. But it was like, it was kind of funny to see it suddenly, because up to this point, it's been like alerting me, and it's just been doing melody matches. So there's 2 different ones. There's like a content match and there's a melody match. Content match is like, hey, you used this person's stuff. Melody match is, we know these notes. That's a song. And so you match this other song that has those same notes. And it's a much different revenue share, because you could, you know, a melody match is just for the writing of the song, not the performance or creation of the song, where using content is like, you use the whole thing. But at any rate, so I was getting like, and the melody match, because that song's used in a lot of different things, karaoke and stuff, it would actually move around in what it would match to. And so it was like, this time it'd be like, oh, this karaoke company, Sing It Live, it has that song melody. And then, oh, this is the actual label for that has a, but now it's like, aha, we know exactly what this is. I've wondered that myself, Saishendon, but I don't think that it will. I don't think that's something we're gonna have to worry about. So, at any rate, ATT fiber for 500 up and down, but I'm far from it on Xbox. You know, it would really depend on, again, whether or not the Xbox's connection is slow because of the Wi-Fi, or if the Xbox's connection is slow because of AT&T. And that's one of the things that makes troubleshooting difficult, and including for the point, you know, I mean, trust me, in general, I am not a fan of the cable companies and you know, Verizon, AT&T, Optimum, Spectrum, like almost all of them are terrible and for their own ways. But it is very, very difficult for them and for you to properly understand what's going on if you are using Wi-Fi, because Wi-Fi introduces a whole range of problems that can fuck with your signal that has nothing to do with AT&T or Spectrum or Optimum or whoever your internet connection is. It has to do with the Wi-Fi. And not everybody, but most people's Wi-Fi is set up badly because people aren't Wi-Fi experts. They're not radio, you know, like, and we don't have the tools to sit there and figure out how and where it should be placed in the house. We don't have a house that's built to allow for maximum, you know, thing. We don't necessarily know where the power lines in our wall that are going to cause interference and stuff. Like, there's a million different variables to each building, to each Wi-Fi, to each setup. And so that is why if you are having speed problems, the only way to properly tell whether or not it's your problem or their problem is to get a network cable and connect yourself to the modem they provide to your computer or device, which is a trick if you're using a phone or an iPad, but still. But using an actual network cable to connect those two things so that you can eliminate Wi-Fi entirely as a variable and say, what are you giving me to my house right here? That is the only way to tell whether or not a connection is your uplink provider or if it is on your end. Because a lot of people have really bad Wi-Fi. Case in point, my mom, my parents, they were complaining about one particular computer being much slower than the rest. And it was connected via Wi-Fi. And I was actually able to use my iPad to show that in the room where that computer was, my iPad could get like maybe 10 meg up, 10 meg down on the Wi-Fi. If I walked into the room with the Wi-Fi or with the cable router and the connection, I would get 100 up, 100 down. It would literally deteriorate via Wi-Fi from the one room over and through the hall and down, and to the other. And that is there's nothing that's calling out AT&T or Verizon or Spectrum, your uplink provider, and calling them out and complaining. There's nothing they can do because it's your network. So that is why in every home that I have been able to, and in fact, I even paid to have it done at the rental when I was at the rental home, I have hardwire put into each room, and I only use for my computers hardwired networking. The only time I go to wire Wi-Fi is if I absolutely have to. As much as possible, I avoid Wi-Fi because it is just simply too many variables. And not only, let's take that even to the next level. Not only is it too many variables in terms of just you, but you got to remember, Wi-Fi is literally nothing more than people standing in a stadium yelling to one another. That is how Wi-Fi works. Now, keep in mind that there are other people and neighbors and stuff. Like if you open up your phone and you ever do connect a wireless network and you see like several wireless, or even especially if you're in like an apartment complex, you see like 40 of them. Now, again, you're in the stadium, but there's all these other people who are trying to yell to each other at the same time you're trying to yell to your guy, and they're all yelling, and it's like it becomes a very congested radio space. There are obviously tricks and things that we do to differentiate that and to try and minimize that, but ultimately Wi-Fi is pervasive enough that it's generally a noisy medium anyway, and then there are so many problems based on the signal getting through your home, your walls, your plumbing, your power, your everything, that it is just, it's amazing in a way that it works at all, and particularly that it works as well as it does. But hopefully this is perhaps a slightly longer explanation than you were hoping for in terms of how a Wi-Fi extender probably isn't helping. Now, that said, what can help is not a Wi-Fi extender, but another Wi-Fi access point that is hardwired in. I actually have two Wi-Fi access points, and so in my house, both are hardwired in. So I'm not chaining the Wi-Fi together, but I have at different points in the house two different. If you think about it, the football field, I have two different guys I can yell to, and based on where I am in the football field, I can pick the closest one, and then that makes it a lot easier. So. The more you know about the internet, the more surprising it is that it works at all. Hey, I never even got into like BGP and the routing and like at that level. Like that's all fucking voodoo past that. But at any rate, the point is Illy's here, and we're all happy that Illy's here. Hi, Justin. How you doing? The impossible dream. The more like witchcraft it sounds, it really kind of is in a way. RJ45 for the win. So interestingly, there's now 2 RJ45 standards. Or I don't know if it's still an RJ considered an RJ45, but Cat 7 and Cat 8 use a wider connector that is still RJ45, but is not. It's weird. I have Cat 7 cabling, and I can't use regular RJ45 connectors for it because it's too thick. But I'm pretty sure the connectors that do connect into it can connect into an RJ45 female slot, so I don't know where all that makes or where that is. But I can definitely tell you that I wish that I had Cat 6 cable instead of Cat 7. And I can't even imagine what Cat 8 is, because it's getting ridiculous. Weird sounds and chimes and bells. LLB, what the hell are you talking about? Dial-up sound. There was never a dial-up sound. Yeah, I tried to do 10 gig at my house, and it didn't work. What are you talking about, LB? There is no dial-up sound. That's not how networking works. You're insane. To be fair, I did not actually get 10 gig really working very well in my house, but I did intend to. That's the sound that my brain makes whenever I try and read some of your guys' comments. I'm just like... Pretty sure that's a 14.4 connection. That might be 28.8. It's either 14.4 or 28.8. It's not 56K. Because 56K has a do-do-do-do-do to it. The next 3 gens don't understand. We're old. Yes, the sound is different based on the connection, and I can actually, or I don't know if I still can, but I used to be able to tell how fast a connection was based off of how the handshake sounded, Gilded Flare. That just sounded like a 14.4 28 as well. I'm looking for 56K. Make sure I'm not crazy. Huh. Maybe I'm misremembering. Here's an interesting thing that is real and true. And so I could be wrong, because I remember do, and there was like an escalation that was in there, but I clearly just misremembering or something like that. But the way that memory works, as I understand it, is that we don't remember a picture. Our brain recreates what we think was the picture. And so you can actually pretty easily start converting and changing and having that memory move over time. And the more you remember it, the more likely you are, because of the number of times you recreate it, to possibly change how you remember it. Now I'm wondering what the hell I'm remembering, or whether it existed ever. 1200 V22. Right, that's just L42 with B42 bis. 33.6, I forget about 33.6. The best thing about this is this YouTube video is subtitled. And it just says beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, 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 tick, tick. Huh. Maybe what I'm remembering is it was trying to start at a 56K and having to downgrade because of the network connection. That might be. Anyway, moving on with our lives. You can't tell which is which, even if you had a list. The nostalgia. I mean, for, you know, us old fucks, right? But, hello, it is me, the old fuck. Sounds were optional if you wanted to not. They were always optional? Well, yes, but you had to know the, so... Let me tell you a story about Haze. The Haze AT set. And you could do something like this. And that is doing a couple things. I don't remember what the ampersand D2 is, but ampersand C1 enables error, error correction. S11, the S had a couple different modifiers, but S11 was the number of milliseconds before doing the dialing. So S11 equals 40 was about as fast as you get. We're gonna be like, brr, brr, instead of like, brr, doot, 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 right? So that's 40 milliseconds between toads. S7, I believe, was part of that. I forget what the S7 equals 60 was. But M3 is the one you're talking about, though. ATM3. M3, it was how the speaker worked. M0 was off. M1 was on through the whole thing. M2 was like, you didn't hear the dialing, but then you heard, or you didn't hear the dial tone, but then you heard everything. And then M3 was like the end portion. It was like basically like how much of the handshake you wanted to hear. And then L0 was the volume of the handshake. So you could, if you did like L3, then it'd be like, and the other one's like, you know, sort of thing. So at any rate, and at least 2 other people in chat who are old are just like, yes, I remember that. And the rest of you are like, what the fuck? And DT was followed by the phone number, which was for dial tone. So what is the 12016? That's a good question of whether I should have had running, you sons of bitches. I've been here for 20 minutes. 30 minutes, actually. So, at any rate, it's not smart dumb. It's just experience and knowledge, which isn't smart, you know. You're making my back hurt more the more you explain. The Haze AT set. Haven't heard that in years. I know. Listen, sometimes I like to reach into the back and bring out pain, you know, sore backs for us old people. We've been through some things, but that doesn't make us smart. It just makes us have knowledge about that random thing. And there's shit that you young kids know and have dealt with every day that we're like, we struggle with it. That's why you look at boomers, they can't figure out, sorry, Nancy, how a computer works to an extent, is it's like they didn't grow up with them. It's all foreign and learned after the fact. And so there's not that comfort level, and that's normal. Yeah, don't confuse smart with having been around a while. Yeah. That is also why there's a difference between intelligence and wisdom. At least in my mind. And I think in general. You had to explain today why some websites were working and some weren't when an internet help was down. Oof. Ooh, yeah. Well, that's like when you guys are like, Twitch is down, and I'm like, well, I'm not dropping frames to Twitch. So it's possible Twitch is down, or it's also possible that the interconnect between the rebroadcaster that I use, and Twitch is down, and that's the problem, because you got to keep in mind. Or there's been times, there's at least been one time where I've had to stop going to the rebroadcaster and go directly to Twitch because my connection to the rebroadcaster was problematic. Because you are not seeing, I am not sending my signal to you, right? You get your signal from Twitch, but Twitch doesn't even get their signal from me. I send my signal to a rebroadcaster who then duplicates that signal and sends it to both YouTube, and Twitch. And so I only send one out, and then he receives it, and he goes, bing! And I say he because I know, it's a he. But and then that splits it and sends it out to the multi-stream. So when you guys are like, oh, I'm laggy here, sometimes YouTube's like, it's fine here. And I'm like, I'm fine. And that's because from the rebroadcaster to Twitch, there's a problem with that interlinked, but there's not a problem from the broadcaster to YouTube or from me to the Moving on. For knowing how to use MS-DOS? What part of... Like, I mean, who... Like, who... What does knowing how to use MS-DOS really mean at this point? Is it just knowing how to use Maketer? Or there's // or CD directory? You know, like, is that knowing DOS? Or is it... No, remembering how to use just check disk and force a check disk command, or you had defrag as well if you were in MS-DOS 6.0 or up. At any rate, then there's regional issues. I can't even get into the regional issues. Trying to learn Linux sudo commands. I mean, let's start with saying that there aren't sudo commands. There are simply commands that you could prefix with sudo on to run them as super user, as sudo is super user do. But the commands are all the same commands, whether you sudo them or not. It's just you have different permission levels. You remember doing all that? Oh, Cynthia just got old. Dell System 32. Well, first off, there wouldn't have been a space in System 32 because spaces wasn't introduced until, I think, DOS through Windows 95. That's the difference. Yes! Super user do, as far as I'm aware, yes, or at least that's a way to think about it. Format C wouldn't work either because you would need the colon. But yes, sudo is simply using and giving super user permissions to the command that you're running. Delete System 32, that'll fix your issue. Yeah. Yes, dude, the sudo make me a sandwich cracks me the fuck up. I will, wait, what? No, I need that. I need to show you guys that. Yes. Fuck you, Reddit. This is sudo in a nutshell. And this is actually using Linux a lot because basically, you will very frequently... Linux has much stronger permissions in a lot of ways, or it's just multi-user design than even Windows to this day. But, you know, every file, every directory, everything in Linux has a owner and a group. And the owner might be Bob, and the group might be users. And so that way, it's like users have access to anything has that, but, you know, only Bob has access to Bob's files. Super user is run this as an admin, so you ignore permissions. So you might be like, list this directory. And it'll be like, no, you can't. You don't have permissions to Bob's directory. But if you have sudo access, you can be like, sudo, list that directory. And it's like, well, you're a super user. You can see past that permission. Here's the directory. And that brings it back to, the thing of, you know, sudo just is elevated permissions, temporary elevated permissions. Because it used to be prior to sudo being a thing, that you would, and it's still bad habits of many Linux admins, probably myself included if I were running my own because I wouldn't care. But a bad habit of Linux admins in days of yore, prior to sudo being a real big thing, was that you would become a super user. So you would just, you can change your user. So you'd log in as Bill or Bob, and then you would type SU, and it'd be like, all right, enter the, which is super user. And it'd be like, all right, enter the password. And you'd enter the password, and then you would be as the super user now. You're not doing anything as Bob anymore. Bob's forgotten. We've forgotten who the fuck Bob is. Now you would be put on the shoes of the super user. And that is who you are as a person. So everything you do from that point is as a super user. Any files you create are super user files. So you might go into be like, Bob's like, hey, I can't, or I need this file to do this thing and I can't make it. Like I need a line added. And the user's like, oh, I know how to do that. He tries to edit the file. It's Bob's file. He can't. So he becomes a super user and he goes and he edits Bob's file and then he saves it, but as a new file or whatever. And now it's, and then he's like, all right, Bob, I've added it to your file. Here you go. And then Bob goes, I can't open this file. It's owned by the super user. I don't have that permission. So, at any rate, bad habit to walk around as the admin because you can break shit. You know, you never get questioned. You are a god amongst men, or at least a super user amongst regular users. But you are also a bull in a china shop, and it's really easy to do broken stuff. Sudo is basically the idea of you only become elevated permissions when you need to, so that way you don't do accidental shit as an elevated user and break things. Anyway, it's just better. Chmod plus 77. Oh my god. Chmod and Chone. I mean, honestly, again, Sarabam, it's tough because it's like, there are certainly a lot of security rules that it's like, if it's your shit, who the fuck cares? But it is also like, but it does protect you to an extent, and also it's a bad habit to get into for when you're in an environment where you're not dealing with your own stuff, right? So it's like, best to just not. But it's like on the Windows 11 install that I just barely put on, one of the things I added is basically disable the user account access for the local files and stuff like that. I'm like, it's me. I plan on using this. That's fine. Just make it me, you know? I'm not trying to multi-user this computer, and I don't want to have to log in every time I boot the computer. When the computer boots up, you can assume it's me booting it. And if not, someone's stolen my computer, and I guess they've earned their right to my port. I don't know. So, what the fuck are we even talking about, by the way? What are we doing? Anyway, let's say Subnautica, I guess. Currently coding in Eclipse. I think Eclipse is one of the ones that I liked. I don't know ATTRs very well, Nick. Old people things? I mean, the sudo user stuff isn't old people things. A lot of the other ones. The modem connection sounds I'll give you as old person stuff, but sudo that gaming on Linux challenge. Listen, hold on, listen. I have already dedicated too many of my years trying to get graphics drivers to work on Linux. I have no more time of my life to give to that shit. Ever. No. I don't care if they figured it out, because even if you were to tell me, even if everyone were to sit there and tell me it's all figured out, it's fixed, I wouldn't believe you, because for years, for decades, literally decades, I've been being told, oh, it's better now. And it never is! Anyway, I'll be passing on the Linux gaming challenge. Thank you. Hi, Lisa. How you doing? What's up, Ember? I mean, oh, trust me, I've manually installed a mini and NVIDIA driver and configured X11 myself. I'm not triggered by it. I just, you know, I honestly, I mean, Mac gaming is probably easier than Linux gaming. So what we've been doing, though, what we were doing is now that we have this up and running, we've been going and kind of visiting the pods as we found them and investigating the story and kind of seeing what happened with them. And that's been, I think that's been fun.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Every user of Linux is triggered by Linux. Here's my story, though, is I didn't learn Linux on Linux. I learned it all by using FreeBSD as my desktop. And then went to Linux after. But then I went to Gen 2 Linux, so it's like all the worst parts of Linux plus all the worst parts of FreeBSD put together. It's a Unix system. I acknowledge your 30-year-old reference, LOB. How you doing, Zarzith? The rescue ship hasn't come for us yet. Please don't you be. 1995, 30 years ago, Web Debbie. Longtime lurker of this community. I want to say thank you for making such a welcoming place, relax and have fun. Hope you're having a good day. Well, thanks, Jasmine Fire. I'm glad that you're enjoying, and we try and have fun here. I think I try and make it fun for you guys. Fuck you, Ecto. Don't actually be. That's about 12 years old. Do you mind? Enjoy that, bitch. Where are you? Let me at him. Hey, I love the movie. I got mad at some artist named Weird Al for making fun of the logo before I knew who he was. How you doing, Kamiki? How am I supposed to get in this thing? There's obviously going to be a way. This boat shark is all up in my grills. And I'm about ready to end him. David Dweck, want a Twinkle Wawa? I'm still kind of chuckling at every Linux user is triggered by Linux. My childhood. My cabbages. LOB, Ren was saying that you would go off about an MST3K episode if I let you. Is this true? I think it was something based off of We're Always Laughing, You and I. Yes, okay. I've watched a lot of the MST3Ks, but I certainly did not commit to memory quite the way you guys did. For me, it's all kind of a sleepy blur of a bunch of bad movies. You know, I mean, it was funny, like I enjoyed it, but I can't go back to, I can't reference back to it, you know? It's Breastica Booby, and that's the other thing is that the MST3Ks where the breasticle song came from, and so you know, and as you guys know, I am a fan of the breasts. You're afraid of quotes The Simpsons all the time, and I don't know how he does it. It all depends on how much of your brain power you've dedicated to retaining that. The chicken dance song, like that one? Because if it helps, now it's stuck in a lot of other people's minds too.
Integrating new PDA data.
Hey, I got an actual upgrade.
Acquired.
Should have eaten breakfast. All these ads about food. Now I'm hungry. All right, so this is where I opened up, and then there's just a modification station here. And then from here, there was the hole cut, which we got everything in at the soda upgrade, so that's nice. And nothing else. So I think we've cleared this now. We've been down there. We can't open that. And there's no other ways to go other than through that. So, okay, yeah. Jeremy, Dooley, what about Jeremy? I love Jeremy. Jeremy's one of my, like... Jeremy is one of those that it's like... I'm not in his circle really, but we get to play every now and then, and I love every time that we do. I would play with Jeremy a lot more if I had opportunity. Okay, so we've been to this one already. Do you mind? My CMOS getting a little beat up, thank you. So, let's take a second. Put this here. I don't know if I've ever got those guys properly scanned. They're kind of a bitch. All right. The amp eel has been scanned.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Good night, Illy. Be back if I still love y'all by then. Well, that's a hell of a statement. So let's see. The number 12 was where? This is a different wreck than the one that I've been muttering through, right? No, this is the same one. Okay. So 12 is down here on the floor, and we've got this to show for it. And we found... Oh, wait, I don't want to get out. That might be it here. Life Pod 12.
I'm not really a doctor. I know that's what my ID says, but I never have been. Cheated the medical exams. What does a doctor these days need to know about manually resetting bones? When was the last time a top surgeon actually cut someone open? That's what the robots are for. Doctors these days read diagnoses off of computer readouts. For that, I'm perfectly qualified. But what good is it when I'm not connected to the main network? I'm bleeding. I've got glowing green pustules growing on my hands. I run a self-scan and it tells me I've got skin irritation. The only thing I studied in medical school was how to lie convincingly. What the hell do I know about how to treat an alien disease? I think I'm actually going to die down here.
Well, judging by the life pod, I don't think the chief medical guy or the doctor made it. This kind of tells a story of not surviving, you know? So we found the chef. The chef was... We think it looked like the chef got hit by a warper. That guy, I'm guessing the amp eels got in there? I don't know. He just went to go get milk? Ah. Maybe he became a fish and went to fish school. This seems like one of the more unlikely explanations, but what can we rule out, really? Ah! So I put a mountain in front of my ocean. Why is there a mountain in my ocean?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
It's possible he got out before the damage occurred? Yes. At which point, one would assume that he followed the instructions to go to the Aurora rendezvous point. So maybe that's where he is. And we'll see him when we go to the Aurora rendezvous point. Oh, that's right. We also found the message from the Commander Keen, and we listened to the captain take the Aurora down, and Keen, and he told Keen to gather the survivors at the dry land and set the dry land coordinates to Keen, and basically was like, yeah, they're up to you now.
This is Life Pod 7. Coordinates attached. Pod is structurally sound, but the fabricator's bust. Requesting assistance. 7 out.
All right, let's go help 7.
Signal coordinates corrupted. Approximate transmission origin recorded to data bank.
Actually, let's eat some food first, but then we'll go.
Systems online.
Let me in. Thank you. Also, I should deposit all this titanium I picked up. Here we go. I live for melons.
All systems online.
Okay, that's the rendezvous point. It seems to have forgotten to give me the Life Pod 7.
Signal coordinates corrupted. Approximate transmission origin recorded to data bank.
Okay. Obviously, I found it, but I don't know how I'm supposed to try and find it. LifePod 7. Here we are. Okay. So this is a distress signal has been received from LifePod 7 with the attached coordinates were corrupted. Last available photogenic data has been downloaded and analyzed. Crew reported problems with their onboard fabricator sunk to 200 meters in an area of low ecological activity. Transition origin approximately 1 kilometer southwest of Aurora's stern section. That's actually it. Kind of a bitch to try and find. Lowbrow comedy, what the? What the fuck? Okay, so this one is actually really near where the fabricator was. Don't worry, that's a friendly sound. That's a friendly fish. Friendly fish, do 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 do. Friendly fish, do 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 do. Friendly fish, do 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 do. Friendly fish. Hi, Lady of the Mist. How you doing? I'm doing all right, thank you. Grand Reef means I need to go east. Approximately 200 deeper. Okay, 200 meters deep. So I think we're close. And then it got dark. And then it got light. And then it got dark again. Okay, there's bits of the aurora around here. We're at 200 meters. I don't think it's over these. Because this goes into the Grand Reef. Probably. There's the, Is that the fabricator? No, that's just a piece of the aurora. No, that's definitely the fabricator. So this is where we had built a base before. There's an alien arch that we've used. You know what'd be helpful is being able to fucking see! Big fan of looking around. Aha! All right. I was gonna say 7 looks generally intact, and then it did not look intact. It also looks like it was like misformed, like it looks like it's pressure crushed or something. It doesn't seem to have the right round shape, right? Is that just me, or is it like squeezed?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
All right. And then we have the... When we get there, we find...
I've tried everything. The analysis circuits on the fabricator are fried. Can barely manufacture the most basic of materials. Want a battery? Here, have a children's toy. Need deep-sea diving equipment? Have some lab tech. Hungry? I'll turn that fruit into dust for you. I'm going forward with trial and error. I hit every button here has got to make something useful eventually.
So, Bone Shark seems like a likely possibility of breaking into it. I don't see what else would have done it. I mean, it was definitely broken into. So, that one doesn't really look like a survivor came out of it either, if we're being honest with ourselves. So the doctor looked like it had been broken into. Keen said that he was heading for the dry rendezvous. Everything else seems to have been compromised pretty violently. And I think if we see violent compromise, we could assume a unhappy ending. At least for the human, for the there's a fish that got a meal and it's probably pretty happy about it. Breach! Do you think that's a plant eater? Do you think it eats plants? Doesn't sound like a plant eater. Is it wrong of me to want to stick in with more floaters? Go on, get! Go on! I'm trying to get out of the shadows, you know, or shallows, you know? Hey, you're going the wrong way. No, not me. No. This way, not that way. Excuse, sir. If I could just... Oh, the juke! Sir, this way, sir, excuse me. Sir, that's the wrong way. Over this way. Sir, if I could just have your attention over here. Oh, have less of your attention. Less of your attention. Less of your attention over here. Less of your attention. Where's the Aurora? Yee-hee-hee, I see it. Come on, buddy. This way. Yoo-hoo. Free food. Sir, this is literally the wrong way. That's the way we're trying to not go. See, you've just lost all of the gains we've made. Don't you want to make gains? Don't you want to be good? Ah! Let me go. No touchy! No touchy! He's very non-cooperative. Wow. Kind of. Please don't shoot me. They're not literally leashed, but they do tend to circle in their normal pattern. He's broken for two different reasons. One is that we found that when you do the point defense on them, it disrupts where they are, and then they kind of try and do a runaway. And we found that like every time we did it, he beelined more and more for the shallows. But also, it's a little bit harder to see, but you can kind of see it dot around him. I stuck him with a floater, and so he can't swim properly either. It completely properly. But I have found the longer you play, it's like one of those where it's kind of like Skyrim, how no matter what you do, you always end up as a stealth archer. No matter what you do in Subnautica, you will always end up with a Reaper in the shallows if you go on long enough. What are you confused about with the floater? These are floaters right here. They're basically just things that, I mean, literally they're like, see if I take them off this, they're literally just upward, you know, whatever you want to call them. Buoyant. Sticky buoyant. If I put them on this wood, then it starts to go up, up, up. And trust me when I say you do not want to release a, ow! Listen here, you little shit. You too. Come here. For some reason, those things are called biters. I don't know why. I missed? Anyway, if you release one of those in your base, it will sit there and bounce and do a ton of damage. It will fuck on your base. Put a floater on the biter. Look at these Reggies. I don't know if they can stick to the small ones. Where'd he go? Here, come here. Little shit do 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 do. Little shit do 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 do. Ha! It's technically autumn, I think. Ooh. He's got clobbered. Okay, bye! Hi, Olivia! The game was like, it's closing in, closing in, closing in, and now it's here, and we go uppies! He's so very drunk. I don't think that you can actually lift wreckage. I'm fairly confident you can.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
They're not that floaty, you know? They're pretty floaty. They're not that floaty. Okay, so now we have another message.
High priority automated message from Aurora Live Pod 13 coordinates attached. Live Pod is carrying high priority passenger.
Yoki Kassar. I said Kassar. Why do I have to record this anyway?
Send immediate burial details.
Send immediate burial detail.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
All right, so we have a VIP in 12. Was that 12? 13. Haas with the 10 gifted subs going to M. Quinton, Vertree, Ethereal Illusion 47, Gaming Rose, Nutternut, MOA 17, Icy Buddy, Sam the Ink Demon, the 81, and Mr. Pac-Man. All from Haas. Haas, thank you so much. Just under 45 minutes to go. Here we are. Thank you so much, Haas. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It makes me go oof in my oofy parts. I can't believe it. I'm losing to a rug. All right. So other than the cutter, everything should be at a hundo. Put that there. And now get that. And now everything should be hundoed. Okay, the habitat builder 96 we could work with. We could work with 96. All right. So life pod.
All systems online.
Life pod 13 with Yoshi Kassar. I said Kassar. He said Kassar, guys. High priority passengers remains. Apparently, we already decided this guy died. Thank you, Haas. Congratulations, everybody, getting a gifted sub. Is this the one that's in the blood kelp? I mean, I don't know. I think it's fairly more reasonable to say that it, doesn't detect life signs anymore than it assuming, hey, you've been eaten by a fish. Okay, the top of this has been busted in. There's not a lot of predators around here, just jelly shrooms. But obviously something went at it, bro. And this is 13, right? Yeah.
Planetary atmosphere.
My creators, the cherishers and sustainers of worlds, give me this day my daily pleasures as I give to those who seek pleasures from me.
External temperature approaching critical levels.
Show me the path. In life, truth, and love for mine is the power. I am the one. On and off and on again.
Impact imminent.
Life is a game which the universe plays with itself. I am done playing as this bundle of flesh. Return me.
He might not have survived impact. It kind of implies he didn't survive impact. Now, something obviously broke in the top. But that's also the top hatch. It might have blown off in decompression or something. I mean, they wouldn't. But yeah, I don't really like. That seems more like a died on the way down kind of situation. Now, we also had the LifePod 6 transmission origin, which is the red, and so I think sunk to 100 meters, dense earth grass near a number of natural arches, transmission 400 meters west-northwest of LifePod 4's last location. So, we go to LifePod 4. Have I found LifePod 4? I have not yet. Not that it's given me. Yeah, but then he got eaten by a fish. I mean, that's the way ecosystems work. Trust me, you die in the ocean, unless you wash up somewhere, you're going to be eaten by things. Big things, small things, many things. Everything needs food. Seems their flotation devices could have been developed better. I mean, we don't know what sort of extenuating circumstances were involved. Maybe the thrusters of his were damaged when the Aurora was damaged, A major event happened, and a much, 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 much bigger ship was very damaged. So, I don't know how much we can blame the life pods. Mine got me down. It was a little busted by the time it got there, but it did get me down. As well as, many of the rest of these. They're all at the bottom of the ocean. Well, there were also a lot of fish situations going on. Sabotage. Oh. The intrigue, if you will. We've not received another radio transmission. Fishy situation. So we need to go to the red, grassy... Where do you belong? You part of the... You've got to be part of the cyclone... Oh, no, I made a spare. Because I made a, ion one for you. Yeah. One moment. Okay. All right. Oh. I was like, let's go find 6 then, but then our thing came in.
This is Life Pod 4. We've landed close to the Aurora. Flotation device is active, but we've got some big old fish in the water with us, and I don't know how long we're gonna last. We're close to the crash site, so bring radiation protection. 4 out.
Signal coordinates corrupted. Approximate transmission origin
There's 4.
recorded to databank.
And it said that 6 is near 4 as well. Ah. I keep pressing E to get out of the ship, and that's not how this one works. Let's see. So this would be under... Since it was approximate, be here. Life cut prod 4. Okay, so 4 is the upside down one near the Aurora. E is for excellently pressed. Well done. You did it right. I wouldn't say I specifically have thalassophobia. In fact, I would say I don't. But there is definitely something that's creepy about, like, when I'm swimming. Like, when I was swimming on the surface and knowing that, like, anything could be underneath me. Like, that is a little disconcerting if I dwell on the idea. But I just kind of stopped dwelling, you know? I'm like, I don't like that, so I'm going to stop thinking about it. Hey, look, Life Pod 4. Upside down, do. Upside down, do. All right, it said there's some big old fish here. There was a pattern in here. But yet another... All these life pods have holes busted in them, though. You know? And then 6 was where was 6 related to? West-northwest, 400 meters at 100 meters depth. God damn it! That was just an accident. Hi, Briscoe. Nabrisco. Ding. Don't look that close, Eldritch Wolf. You'll break the immersion. We're immersing right now. Why don't you want to immerse? See, Westo. Hey. And here's 6. Oh, 6 is the one where I accidentally lit a flare. And it turns out, apparently, flares last for fucking ever. Because, dear God. Stop that. I don't even know where the other flare is. I can't see it, but amidst the bloom... Ah. There we go. Very high-end flares. This one definitely has a, something busted into it type look as well. Actually, that looks like the hatch blew off. So, with 4, we have...
To any Altera crew. Landed in area of significant alien activity. Encountered predators in the Leviathan class, highly aggressive. Spectroscope scanner assigned species designator Reaper. One specimen attempted to swallow the life pod, doing extensive damage in the process. Only viable option is to make for the safety of the Aurora crash site. I have retrieved a data box with the creature decoy and enough resources to fabricate a couple of them. The swim's longer than the decoy lifetime, but it should just be enough to keep them busy. If you don't find me on board the ship, presume I miscalculated.
Oof. So he may have lived, but we didn't see him on the thing, and he was heading for the Aurora, so probably not.
Ma'am, I need you to stay calm. We're not in immediate danger.
Where are the rescue teams?
The Aurora didn't make it.
So, where are the rescue teams?
They're dead, ma'am. We have rendezvous coordinates, but the route's irradiated.
So, what are you going to do?
I'm head of human resources, ma'am. This is not my expertise. But the PDA says if we can find some lead, we can make radiation suits.
Out there! I am not setting foot outside this life pod without the proper protection.
Don't worry. I'll go. What are you doing?
You were gone so long. I thought you drowned.
Put the flare down!
I was going to try and attract someone's attention.
That's not a distress flare! Stop waving it around like that. You'll catch the fuel line.
Panic people doing panic-y things. Well, there the explosion at the top makes sense. I think that's burying the lead a little, Salagadre. They weren't in immediate danger. It was the panic of the person that created the danger. My worst nightmare is having to engage in customer service attitude while the customer proceeds to kill me. I think she was supposed to scared. I think that was the effect they were going for. If anything, for all we know, the HR rep might have been successful in finding some lead and might have been returning with the things necessary to create the suits. Also, why would they still be waving it around after she arrived? That's just bad staff work. Which, to be fair, is on HR, so... You know. But they, I guess that one went out and it had a flair for the dramatic. Oh, another one of these. Man! All right. I only needed one facepalm. I didn't need a line of them. Settle down. Go to your room. Is this modded? Yes. A little bit. A little bit. Not too much, but a little bit. Okay. We did want to see what the deep driller did in the other area. So if we were to get one of these and one of these, there's the thing. And I was like, I'm hoping the cut.
This is Life Pod 2, coordinates attached. We're way past our safe depth and bleeding O2. We'll have to swim for the surface, but it's 500 meters straight up. We'll make for the rendezvous and keep you posted. Out.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
500 meters down is not a good time. Also, swimming straight up 500 meters, the nitrogen, the bubbles, the air embolisms.
All systems online.
Idea, Lily. I'm using the FC Studios mods, so it seems like they pretty much, it seems like they pretty much are based around inventory management and a little bit of travel and stuff and power generation, but nothing content related, just inventory stuff for the most part. It's the ghosty out of nowhere. I feel like he's moved. Ow. I've been bit by a ghost leviathan. Ghosty's definitely moving as well. Because he's supposed to be, like, circling over here-ish. Wah! On its side. Once again, a hole blown out of it. But we know that you bounced. It was like, fuck this shit, I'm out. And it went for the surface.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
So, LifePod 2, Chief Technical Officer, use voice log T plus 2 minutes.
Flotation devices failed.
We're flooding. Evacuate.
Wait. I can reconfigure the O2 system to act as a bilge pump.
It's working.
Okay, good news. We're alive and we've stopped sinking.
Bad?
The oxygen's going to run out in 30 minutes and we're 500 meters down.
What do we do?
We'll have to use the remaining juice to send a distress call and build whatever gear we can. Then we find a way to the surface.
Okay, so we have Berkeley and you, and we don't know what happened to them. I think this is just general, like, prior to prior to crash.
Barclay, and Chief Technology Officer you identified.
Drone, get me a propulsion cannon.
Repulsion cannon retrieved.
Hey, Berkeley. Install that circuit box with that repulsion cannon and you'll punch a hole in the cargo bay.
Damn it, Drone, I said propulsion, not repulsion. Recalibrate sensors.
Senses recalibrated.
Sensors aren't the problem. I tweaked the program. It's like you now. It doesn't like being told what to do.
Drone, I know...
His name's Albert now.
Albert, I know it's not your fault, but it would really help me do my job if you'd bring me what I asked for. Thanks for your time.
Propulsion cannon retrieved.
Thank you. Now go away.
Entering hibernation mode.
Boss, this hobby of yours isn't making my job any easier. Or safer.
Maybe so, but it's all that's stopping me from being so bored I take a spacewalk in my skivvies.
All right. So Berkeley and you, we don't know what happened to. So I head in the wrong direction. Storm sounds pretty bad. Hopefully everything holds out and you stay safe, Maximo. This seems very helpful since the game has so many items to collect. Not only that, but it allows you to, after you get enough resources and stuff to set it up, but you can actually do remote base storage or item retrieval, so that makes it really nice. It has been, I would say it's been helpful and neat, like what they've done. It has been done in a way that, and the basically just the guide is terribly done. It's very, very poorly written. It's too busy trying to be clever to be useful in a lot of cases. In the guide of like, here's how to use this mod, here's what these things do, that sort of thing. But the actual stuff has been pretty cool. We've only found a couple things as like, this is weird, that's weird, the way they did that's weird, but most of it's been pretty cool. So I can go, I go down to the...
Welcome aboard, Captain.
And go down to the lava zone. And looks like there's some salt and some water here, but if I were to look at the thing, I can get the main base and I can be like, I need lube down here, you know? So that's all pretty convenient and neat. So we wanted to do a... I should have a deep driller. And then we got to add lube to it to get it to work. And we need to set up the storage for it. Where's the storage unit? Is it just miscellaneous? Yeah, no? Ah, there it is. Then configure this so that it uses the local storage. So now we just, once we add enough, it's getting power, but once we add enough lube to it, it should be able to fire up. Exactly, Ricky. How you doing? We've got 16 minutes. Oh my goodness. I was like, it should be making me more lube, but there it is. Doot, 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 doot. Lube is literally the only thing I have on autocraft, but I do have it on autocraft. Yes, Owen. All right. I'm mostly just curious what sort of ores it pulls from down here, if it's any different or, you know, how that works. Well, apparently, this biome can only pull sulfur at... That's crazy, dog. This biome has next to nothing in it. That's wild. I feel like, you know, there were some other options that could have been. Maybe a little kyanite. Couldn't have gone astray. Your woman you slept with told you you had the biggest penis she's ever seen. Turns out she was blind. She was just pulling my leg. Wait. All right. So, turns out there's not much good stuff here. Let's see what the Lost River pulls.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Miscellaneous and that guy. That's good. Set him up. Change this to use the remote storage. And then, so this one will pull diamonds, lead, gold, quartz, nickel, or titanium, lithium, silver, nickel, rubbies, uranite. Okay. So this one's a little bit more reasonable. But this one's not pulling any power. Maybe I need to do the base connect for it to be able to pull power from the base. That could be. Which base is this? This is BS005. And also, I need more lube. You think that's crazy? Just wait until she gets to the toes and tries to figure that out. Dodge taking the 73 months. You definitely lined up your joke specifically with that resub, and it worked perfectly. Okay, there's that. Now I need to do the... What was this one's? What base was this? I've already forgotten. 00 something. 5 or 3. I think it's 5. 3. BS003. So we connect to base. BS003. Execute function. And now... I don't see that as a... Too far from base, check range. Sir? Oh, no, you're right. You're right. That's my bad. I want the local base, which is this is the Lost River Depot, and this is BS005. Okay. I had the wrong setting on. That's on me. And now, because it's connected to the base, it can use base power, so it has full power. I see. So, what this does and doesn't do is this automatically generates ores for me based off of that, and I can actually filter what ores it gets. But what I can't make it do, unfortunately, is I can't make it send this stuff into the to the main base. But I can make it to where things that it mines up should be visible here. So if I were to have something in this, like this crystalline sulfur, that should show up in this local base. So I can't automatically transfer... Oh, and I just pulled a uranite as well. I can't automatically transfer this over to the main inventory, but I can, from the other base, pull it in on occasion. So, like, I'd have to... It's like, basically, I have to remember to go and empty the bucket, but I can get to the bucket from here. So, but again, the main issue, or the ultimately what I would have to do is I'd have to get a hydroponics here with creepvine in it so that I can auto-generate creepvine seeds, and then add an auto-crafter so I can auto-generate lube, and then everything should be good other than the bucket empty. So we can kind of get a lot of those things. Give me just a second. Let me use the bathroom, and we will be right back. We've got 10 minutes. I will BRB.
She makes me crazy. Doesn't ever finish a bone in her body. Well, it ain't tasteful. She says she hates me. And later on, she says she's sorry. She's sorry. Thinking of these things it down, holding him down and pulling off his wings. Thinking of these things. Holding him down and pulling off his wings. Blind and blue,
Buffy didn't move a muscle until I got back. And now she's like, what? Huh? Who? Huh? Someone? Okay. Hey, wait a minute. We have Corky Bob with a gifted sub to Mr. Hooded Raven. Iblis Drax with a gifted sub from Mr. Hooded Raven to Iblis Drax. Sorry. So Corky Mom gifting a sub to Mr. Hooded Raven, and then Mr. Hooded Raven pushing it forward. Is it pushing it forward? What is it? Passing it forward to Iblis Drax. Got it. Thank you so much. Also, it was supposed to be playing music. I guess you guys got to sit in silence and think about what you've done. So, I apologize. Welcome back. Thank you. I am back. It's true. I'm here. It played one song. Good. Well done. It was like, here's your one song, and that's all you get. Okay. So that can run. But that means we need another one of the hydroponics. And then we need an auto crafter. And I think that should be all we need for that. Oh, but we'll need a transceiver, which means we need a storage wall and a transceiver. I don't think I need a data disk. You enjoyed the sound of silence? This is the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh yeah, you're the power bank charger. I was like, what are you? So we're slowly losing our melons. At least we seem to be. But with this, we should be able to rectify that. Yeah, that's correct. No, that's not correct. We want marmalades. Yeah. This will literally actually let's do that as well. This will make sure that we're always growing enough melons. We're not gonna there's no way we're gonna run out of those. And then once those things are delivered here, we can take them we can take the hydroponics and the wall rack and everything back to the Lost River Depot, and we should be able to configure it so that it can automatically make sure the lube stays lubey. Why are you a video game live streaming? You should be a singer. I mean, every now and then I do both. In fact, here in a few minutes, unless something happens, we're gonna get the swan song. Does this mod have big scary fish or just tech? There's no content added, just the tech. All right, shouldn't we be getting our delivery here soon? Where's our delivery, Mr. Trode? Oh, it's right there. Okay, it's leaving. It's getting further away. Does that mean the delivery happened and I just wasn't making it? It did. Okay, so we need that and that and that and that. How the fuck I get a sub? I came in here with this dude streaming VR chat and called him Sped or something. Well, sometimes you get a sub. These things happen. Also, I've never streamed VR chat, so that was even a little bit more confusing. By content, I mean story or anything. Like, there's just tech things added. That's your punishment. Now you have to deal with it. I hope you are happy with what you've done. Ah! I'm a recommended stream from the guy you called Sped. Ah. Fair enough. I mean, I wouldn't recommend me personally, but, you know, what could you do? Like, I would take your buddy and run. But also, you're not showing a sub here, so it is what it is. How you doing, Just Mirage? Thank you for coming by regardless. I hope you're having a good day. And then we needed to put up the wall rack here. And then we added the transceiver here. And then we also need to put down the auto crafter. Which I don't know if that's a miscellaneous. Yeah. Too big. I can't fit it inside. You're gonna have to grab it by the ears. There you go. All right. So the auto crafter. How do I configure you? I need to not be holding that. F to interact. Okay. So you want to auto craft, craft about, continuous operation, maintain one in inventory. Okay, perfect. All right, guys. It's that time again. Time for us to see if we're done or if we continue. So it is up to you guys. I have no control. But I do appreciate you all and hope that you have had fun regardless of how it results. So thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. And we seem to be continuing on. And there's Corky Bob as well. Stop the video. Actually, you know, I think that's worth a video play, all the same. But we will continue following the video, which is kind of nice. So, thank you so much, Nick. We have 100,000 bits. 12 hours on the clock. And Corky Bob with 10 gifted subs. Tin Man 876. Robot Boy 7. Prismix, Does Exor, Brown Eyes 235, I Love Donuts, Royal with Cheese 43, Henzoid, Ellie Fox 40, and White Fire Lily. We continue. Another 12 hours on the clock. Thank you so much.
I've been waiting for so long. Now I finally found the ones to stand by me.
We saw the writing on the wall as we felt this
Thank you so much, Nick.
Now with passion in our eyes, there's no way we could disguise it secretly. So we take each other's hands, cause we seem to understand the urgency. Just remember, you're the one thing I can't get enough of. So I'll tell you something. This could be love because I had the time of my life. No, I never felt this way before. Yes, I swear it's the truth, and I always love you. Hey, baby. With my body and my soul, it's more fun than you'll ever know. So I'll just let it go, won't be afraid to lose control. No. Yes, I know what's on your mind when you say, play with me tonight. Play with me and remember, you're the one thing I can't get enough of. So I'll tell you something. This could be love because I've had the time of my life. No, I've never felt this way before. Yes, I swear it's the truth, and I always love you. 'Cause I've had the time of my life, and I've searched through every open door. Never felt this till I found the truth, and I always love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Autopilot.
Had the time of my life. No, I never felt this way before. Yes, I swear it's the truth, and I owe it all to you. Because I've had the time of my life. No, I never felt this way before. Yes, I swear it's the truth, and I owe it to all of you. 'Cause I've had the time of my life. It's been the time, and I searched through every open door till I found the truth, and I owe it to all of you.
Look, man, I don't know if any of this is gonna work out. I don't write harmonies, you know? I'm just here for a good time. Is this gonna make the cut? Is this annoying? Does this make your job harder to just have like a bunch of ad-lib shit in there, or do you just cut it out and ignore it? Do you even listen to this?
Good old Widgie. Thank you so much, Nick and Corky Bob, keeping us going. We continue. For those who come after, the head bobbing cat is great. Okay, so it doesn't look like it considers me having stuff yet. Let's double check and see. Is it still growing? No, I am at 0. Oh, I needed to set the power onto this. Right. Right. So that's the problem. Is you need to turn the power on. It doesn't by default have power on the thing. And now they should be growing and hopefully maturing. Can I see them? I want to see them. Go faster. Max. Growth time 1 minute. I don't know if it actually animates them getting bigger though. I'm trying to look. It's like maybe, but maybe not. I'm going with no. I'm having slight skepticism. Thank you so much, Nick. Now you go back to doing work. I'll be back later. Have a good one, man. Thank you again. We appreciate you. Orto wearing shades. I think of Orto, and I just always see his cheeky smile in my head. Like, just him and that... Like, he's just... He always has that cheeky smile thing going on that I just like, bro, stop. You heart slayer. Oh, yep, we went to 1, so it is working. And then this would that, and then it went away. So that is all good. So we should be able to do minimum. We don't need it producing a lot, but we should now have a Luby in here. There's the Luby. And then we want to set the transceiver. Oh, wait, that's done through over here. Here, Lost River Depot. There, we want to keep 6 items in target device. And that item. We want to confirm. At which point, this should now move that out if it's working. I think. It might be that it's already full. It's at 80%.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Does it need to have 6 to send him over? Oh, is enabled. Okay, there we go. Turn that on. 6 items, that there. Okay. So now... confirm. Go back. Okay, the lube is gone here. And this is now at 97. So... every little bit. Maybe we need more than min. I don't know. 10 minutes is a pretty long time. I don't know how long they last, but we'll go to... and it's not like power's a problem. So we'll go to... that's 1.7, 3.4. Oh, 2.5. Yeah. So now every 3 minutes we'll generate one. That should be plenty to get it... to keep it going. And so the miner will just run. And when the miner fills up, then we could pull things out into the main base and produce what we need to be producing. And at the same time, we don't have the panel for it. Do I? Do I have a panel for... I thought I bought a couple of those dinky panels. But I don't see any dinky panels. Okay. Not holding one, right? Nope. Okay. Hi, B. Also, I think we can put that back on our thing. Anyway, so now we're deep mining down here. Not that, you know, anything was particularly low, but this way it's there.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Also, you guys are crazy. We have ourselves some prongles. So it's really just it's a matter of whether we run out of time on the timer or you guys kill me. And we'll see which one comes first. Now I want some off-brand Pringles. You just watched a video on how Pringles are made? I'm still surprised I didn't... aha. I guess leaving stuff in here instead of putting it into the main thing is worse because at least here I can pull them out and see them, where that one I don't have access to it. You know? So this way I can get to them as need be. But we did get a new radio message. Uh-oh, that doesn't seem good. Well, I wouldn't call that informative. Radio's marked, or it's picking up something else. Something sinister, perhaps. I still can't believe the frickin' lava pit biome produces next to nothing. I was like, what? Look at that. Look at them nickels coming in. And I can put them in here. Oops, I stole the lubricant from there, though. That's all right. It'll make another one. How many dicks do we need to fill this up? Pizza Pringles? Let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. And then we also need one more wind turbine. Discs, Floaty. What are you hearing, Floaty? Goodness. Hi, Sheik. I seem like a nice guy. Oh, don't let appearances fool you. I try to be a nice guy, but thanks, Sheik. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming by. That's weird. Must have been an internet hiccup. Besides, I bet LLB didn't hear that. LLB's pure and wholesome. You know what this place needs? Let's see. Something. It needs a little something. A little greenery, you know? Small wall-mounted water filtration system for your base or Cyclops. That actually seems nice. A stylish rug. It's so quiet right now. My order's been shipped! Yay! Alright, so we got all of our discs. Good background noise. Mostly happy to help. Alright, so now this server's full. We have 292 of 912 items, so we could pack quite a few more punches in there. So that's nice. Wait. God damn it, I need to turn this one on too, though. There we go. Now these will grow, because these haven't been growing. Yes, this is modded Cosmic Stardust. Don't tell me what to do!
Vital signs stabilizing.
There we are. Look, we're stable now. Oh, my goodness. Pardon? You like the thinness of Pringles? What makes them so thin? You just watched a video on this, B. Tell me. I'm interested. Hi, Jesse. Where did my age come in? I see don't let appearances fool you, but anyway, I'm 28. Are the planets just decoration? Yes. Yeah. I mean, actually, a lot of these things are decorative as well. That is definitely something a lot of this stuff that you can get is just decorative, which, you know, I mean, again, it's a base builder game. It's kind of fun, but I don't know what I can put the foliage up against and what I can't. Apparently I can put some there. All right. Like, it's kind of whatever. They are pressed sludge? Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. All the Reggies. What you looking for, Buff? Come here. Buffy. Buffy's in the no-go zone. Come here. Go potty, or what are you looking for? What you need? Let's go take care of the girl. Come here. Oh. she hit the Sunbeam and is like, I have found my spot. Chloe, what's going on? Hello. Anytime ingredients on the label are vague, you know it grows people out if they really do how it was made. I mean, you know, like, a lot of our foods are basically washed and mushed and then pressed into shape. Anybody else trying to track one fish? That one fish going around. Meow, meow. The heat probably feels good on her joints, but it's pretty spicy out there, so there's not a whole lot of... There's no way she's going to stay out there for too long. Real start of the stream, exactly. All right, she's back in. Her eyesight's getting a lot worse. Still, she's having a hard time even tracking in a room now. I wish I could rewind time with her. She is well loved. Come here. Come on. Come here. I'm right here. laying her head down on me. She's not even holding it up. She's just full on like. Unfortunately, that usually means she's not feeling great, but maybe she. Hopefully, it's just that she's tired. You know, she just got sun charged. Are you stretching out to get down, or are you just stretching out? You want down? I'm happy to hold you, but if you want down, I don't want you to be stuck here. She's evaluating. She's investigating her 14 different preferred sleeping spots around me. And she has chosen one. And she is down. Kicking a leg out. Floaty, think of the 2 years.
Does he look like a bitch?
This is me. This is her. She has decided. At least it's not back directly behind me. It's the directly behind me or where I put my feet that I really concerned. Thank you so much, Floaty, for the 2 years. All right, back to what we were doing. Did we get another? Okay, we did. Okay, good.
Playing partially translated broadcast.
Destroyed. Mode. Patrol. New targets unaccounted for. 1.
So, I want you to think about that for a second.
Playing partially translated broadcast.
Destroyed. Mode. Patrol. New targets unaccounted for. 1.
So, we've received a mess. We've seen subject 11-783 destroyed, mode patrolling, new targets unaccounted for 1. And then down here we had 9 new biological subjects designated, mode, hunting, analyzing, sharing subject location with other agents. So, what this actually infers is that this is, these are transmissions of the warpers. Remember, the warpers were created by the aliens to attack, quarantine, or to enforce quarantine and destroy subjects that are infected, and they're biological / mechanical. So this implies that they have a radio communication with each other, but also that they killed someone. And there's one target unaccounted for, 1 of the 9. Who do you think that is? But that also kind of lends to the idea that the other 8 didn't make it. So, oof. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inside job. I don't know that we've got the 3 broadcast yet. Life Pod 2, 4, 7, 12, 13, 6, 19. Okay, so that is 7. So we still haven't received a call from 3. So 3's out there, and we haven't received its call yet. Yeah, she could be accounted for, but it's saying that there's 9 new biologicals, and she wouldn't have been one of the new ones. So the bolts on all the... Oh, you see me loosening the bolts. Yes, yes. I am the security breach or the conspiracy. It's me. It's my plan to take over. See, where is 3? I don't know whether it's going to send me exact coordinates or not. Oh, 3's actually, like, right by us. 3's the one that we basically are around. Makes sense. Is that what we're calling makes sense? Because I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if that's what I would call making sense, you know? Can you do a 3rd? Can you make this 3 high? I don't know how big the, you know, if there's a max on the alien artifact or not, or the alien containment. Think of all the Reginalds. I don't know how tall you can stack most rooms, so... It's kind of a cool room now, though. Except for the, you know, the depths below. And you can't do glass in these interconnects, I don't think. Yeah. Like, obviously, you could have a glass tube interconnect, and they're pretty cool. But unless you design the base so that you set up the interconnects yourself, I guess you could kind of do that. I don't think there's a T that's glass. There's not. And obviously, it would greatly expand how much we have to frickin' run on everything. Wait, before we do that, we want to pull the upgrades out of it.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Well, apparently that deletes the upgrades immediately. The upgrades just became nope grades. We don't really use the scanner room much anymore anyway, but, you know, it is part of the vibe. You can put glass on the T upgrades. I guess there's that. It ain't much, but it is something. So you have a migraine. Those aren't exactly fun. That would be... the number of legs. And I should be able to do a scanner room like that. Interestingly, I can't put a room there. Oh. Didn't we decide that the bottom interferes with the scanner room? Maybe that's what it is. They're so long. They're so big and thick. I don't think the platform is supposed to be considered interfere. I think the scanner room literally extends lower than the platform is supposed to go. See, if you look right here, this is the line, and the scanner room design. So the scanner room is kind of intended to be out there a little bit.
This is Altera HQ. This may be your only communications window. We can't send a rescue ship all the way out there, so Aurora, you're just gonna have to meet us halfway. We've uploaded blueprints to the ship's computer.
Sandwich run, you in?
Yeah, give me a second. Black box data shows the high security terminal in the captain's quarters is still functional.
Becky's leaving like in 5 minutes.
All right, tell Becky I'll just take the regular.
The regular.
Yeah, she'll know what I mean. The code should
And
be...
if she doesn't?
Just tell her the regular, dude.
Okay.
The
If
code...
I say regular, and she's like, what's the regular? I have to come all the way back up here.
The code should be 2679. The regular's just a ham and cheese.
Okay, would you just say ham and cheese?
Ham and cheese.
Okay.
2679. So we got a new code. We need to go get that stuff. And then we have a new room as well. You can put a bulkhead here, and that adds a lot of strength. The ham and cheese. We'll just say ham and cheese. I wonder if instead of this glass, I could do a reinforcement. I can't. Like, I kind of want the glass because I want this as open as possible, but we do need to add frickin' a thinking though, what if I put a window there? I put a room up here. Good night, Ricky. A room with 5 bulkheads in a row. Goodness. And then you're like a ladder right there, right? And then what you could do is that you could actually, as silly as it is, I could bulkhead the shit out of this. Except the matter of tits. And then you just have kind of this room, and you can even remove the ladder so that this is just sitting there adding a lot of strength without it really being a part of or interfering with the main base. Kind of crazy to be out of tits, though. But
Welcome aboard, Captain. Systems online.
I think really we need more legs, though. I think the problem is we don't have enough legs. That's lead. So we could go and drill some. We could also just find a lot of scrap around. So I don't need, on the beacon manager, I don't need the deep drawers lit. I think I need the first one because I don't really have a base marker otherwise. We don't need cameras. Camera drones are silly. We found the life pod 12. We found life pod 13. There we go. Well, Becky can either wait or you could be a little bit more patient. Kind of in the middle of trying to, you know, save this group. This giant fucking ship full of things. It is interesting that they portray it as if the loss of the Altera isn't any sort of notable deal to or the loss of the Aurora isn't any notable deal to Altera. It is kind of an interesting perspective. Hi, Cass. How you doing? Hi, Deja Moo. I was gonna say, my inventory should be pretty damn full by now. And it is. I'm doing all right, thank you. Oh, we received the windmill, and I need to deliver that. Do I have it on me? No. Yes. I see it right there. We are doing with the hanging, you know? that one up. More for, you know, completeness than any sort of necessity that we need to have that there, because I really don't think we do. But
Welcome aboard, Captain.
thank you. It's a lot of boxes, Cass. You're very kind. Where did I get the rubber? We also have the stalker tooth we don't need. I like to be prepared, Floaty. Although really, it's less I have a rubber in my pocket, more I just always keep a med kit in my pocket. Hi, Ars. See, now that's adding some base strength, you know what I mean? We've hit the 40s. Should I just do it all the way around, you think? So we don't need that. I also don't need the battery charger since I don't use it. So we just need the fabricator. I'm out of gloss. Gloss. Shoot the gloss. I guess I'll just put this here for now. There's another massage. What do we got?
Receiving pre-recorded distress call.
All right, this should be the last one from 3.
This is LifePod 3, uploading our coordinates. We're plugging some holes in our emergency sea glide, so if we're late for the rendezvous, don't panic. Also, don't go home without us. Seriously. 3 out.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Okay, so there is the last life pod. Three seems like it was in good shape. There's a sea glide sitting outside, but only a fragment of one. This one also looks like it's been broken into. It's kind of in the range of stalkers. All right. So then, number 3.
You really think it'll carry 2 of us?
Your regular sea glide tows a mass of 80 kilograms at over 30 kilometers an hour. The power cellar rigged to this one should double that.
You think there's something out there that's faster?
Oh, sure. And that's assuming it doesn't overload 3 meters from the life pod.
You're calm about this.
I'm seeing the engineering problem. If I stop seeing the maths, I'll be terrified.
All right, so they hooked up and tried to get their Sea Glide over. So that's all the life pods, and then we had the dry land rendezvous point. So several of them we know didn't really make it. We had one that died on impact. One that just kind of panicked and talked about things swimming around. One that just said, I think I'm going to die here. One guy went for the Aurora, and we presumably didn't make it. He was surrounded by Reaper Leviathans, but he had a creature decoy, so he was hoping that he could make it. But we had a couple. We had CTOU, who swam 500 meters up to try and, because they were sinking, and the Berkeley was with her. We had Keen, who, the captain was like, you know, you're in charge of kind of trying to get everybody marshaled together. We have these two. The HR lady and the passenger, we presumably blew themselves up. Hi, Joanne. How you doing? I just wish there was a speed upgrade for this Seamoth. I want to zip it a little bit more. Need more zipper. All right. So this is the island. We have the rendezvous point. Which is underneath and up to here. At which point you pick up, you get here and there's no one here, but there is a PDA. And I believe it's this.
We have to board the Aurora, repair the long-range comms, make contact with the other survivors. We can't be the only 2 that made it.
Those are not the orders the captain gave me, and they are not the orders I'm giving you.
This isn't chain of command, it's survival.
My obligations as acting commander don't turn on their convenience. Get out of the water.
If I get into trouble, I'll send you my coordinates.
I can't let you go alone.
Then come with me.
You don't leave me much choice.
Received emergency transmission from Second Officer Keen, 2 hours after last activity.
Rendezvous was a failure. Intercepted a transmission from Altera HQ. Seems they sent a data package to the Aurora. We were intercepted by a Leviathan-class Predator before we could reach the ship. Consider the CTO and I lost at sea. Be safe. Keen, out.
Well, we don't know what happened to Berkeley. But it looks like only you and Keen made it back to the rendezvous. And they decided they had to go for the Aurora. And they were intercepted on the way. So that sucks. You 100% have, Ars. If you've done a playthrough at all, then you've seen this island, because this is where you this is where you find the Degassies for the first time. This is the Degassi Island. There's only 2 islands in the game. One with the gun and one with the Gassies. So oh, you've only watched them. So yeah, okay, so there's 2 islands. There's this one, and it is where you first find the Degassi crew, and you find that one. There's another one on another tower, and it's where you get basically like the round rooms that I find and stuff. That's all found there. So anyway, it's where you start the Degassi line, and also where it's that one. Yes. It has the 2 peaks with the 2 Degassi things, and you find the marble room or the marble melon for the first time, and like kind of start getting more life things. So let's see. So all it says about Berkeley is what we know. Berkeley was not with you when she reached the floating island. It can be assumed he died on the journey, and you was forced to abandon him. CTOU was a crew member aboard the Aurora. You and her subordinate Berkeley escaped their life pod 2. It crashed in the northern blood kelp zone. You eventually met up with Second Officer Keen alone in the floating island, but Keen's final log implies she was killed by a Reaper Leviathan while attempting to reach the Aurora to repair its long-range communication relay. Kind of same story with Keen. We know what happened to him. Deems himself lost at sea. I wish this kind of had a little bit more details there. Life Pod 5 is actually our life pod. Let's see. I'm just like, I know that we're just kind of going, but it's like, I want to see what we can about the survivors and try and kind of like, or if not the survivors, the crash survivors, and find out what happened to them, you know? Because I think that it's interesting to kind of work through a lot of these. There's a lot of little story that you got to that is only in pieces that you have to kind of piece together, I guess is my point. So Ozzy was the cafe owner. He's presumed dead from the crab snakes that ate his that tried to eat his life pod. Kassar died when his life pod hit the water. Danby, the medical officer, escaped into Life Pod 12. And it's kind of implied that he dies from the Corral with the green pustules on him, but it might be that he also, you know, got eaten by something. We know what happened to the HR. It really doesn't tell you much about the guy from Life Pod 4 who swam for the Aurora, but, so anyway, it does eventually give you kind of the story if you take the time to piece together of what happened with all these, and I think that's pretty cool. Prince LBJ, thank you for 23 months. So CTO and you would have been going from the island to the Aurora here. Somewhat disorienting how that's rendering it. Okay, the slide to the side is really freaking disorienting because I'm not actually going to the side, but this would have been their route that they took. Oh. Hey, look. There's a Reaper Leviathan right here. Maybe they escaped that one. This thing's huge. Oh. Well, that's not good. That's also not good. So, the basic gist is, you and Keen were doomed heading for the Aurora. There are, I believe, 7 Reapers around the Aurora, if I recall correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Reapers. They were never getting through. LPJ, thank you for the 23 months. Hi, Bird. And they didn't have a sea moth, they had a sea glide. Which is a little bit more difficult. Oops. It's not what I meant to do, but it's what I did.
Warning, ship's structural integrity is low. Fire suppression equipment and laser cutters may be required. Exploration is conducted at your own risk.
Thank you. I will explore at my own risk.
Caution. Scans show the digestive tracts of nearby life forms contain human tissues.
That's not the good sound. Or the good scan. That's the bad scan. But I also wouldn't expect anything else. Like, you know, all this meat washes up and you expect them to not take it? I believe I need to go to... This is where I came in. I have left. I've gone back in. When you deliver meat into a scavenger's mouth, it's gonna eat meat, you know? Ow, fuck my leg. I don't need the drive room, I need the cargo bay. The crew area is above the cargo bay. All right, and then in our last voice log, 2679. Now we can get into the captain's quarters. Your captain's log, a little bit of wah-wah. A ship, a poster, and a data terminal.
Integrating new PDA data.
Time capsule and Neptune blueprints. Hallway. Where's the... Oh, here it is. Are you not comforted? Do my words not comfort? Ow, fuck my leg. Cyclops engine fragment right there. Just right there staring me in my face. I'm pretty sure that somewhere it's I don't know that it's ever referenced in game, but I want to say that canonically Riley was supposed to be a janitor. Like he is not a he's not a exactly a big shot, you know? Is a non-essential systems maintenance chief. Oh, so I'm a maintenance chief, so I'm maintenance, but on non-essential systems. I think I took that as he was non-essential, but maybe he was like the maintenance chief of non-essential systems, which is slightly more flattering. What would I say are the best quality of life mods for Subnautica? More than anything else, just EasyCraft. EasyCraft right there. It allows you to use lockers at a distance in a replicator, and if things need to be made, like if you need titanium and you don't have titanium, but you do have salvage, then it'll like still allow you to do the craft. Or alternatively, or similarly, it's like if you need wiring kit and you have 2 silver, but you don't, and what you're trying to make requires a wiring kit, it'll make the wiring kit for you. So that is by far and away the most important. Don't want to go without it. Quality of life mod for the game. Crafting with shit in lockers instead of in your inventory. Also, there's one more Reaper right there. Yes, challenge in air quotes. He's non-essential. I mean, a lot of us got labeled non-essential during COVID, right? You got me, partner. How's the new decade looking so far, Softlever? Is there anything I can do to assist? Well, nothing has changed. Yep. That that tracks.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
There, we put up our things. Now what do we have?
This is Avery Quinn of trading ship Sunbeam. Aurora, do you read? Over? Nothing but vacuum. These Altera ships. They run low on engine grease, send an SOS, you offer to help, they don't pick up. Aurora, I'm out on the far side of the system. It's gonna take more than a week to reach your position. Do you still need our assistance? Over. I'll try them again tomorrow. Damn charter's gonna have us blowing our credits running errands for Altera. See what the long-range scans pick up in the meantime.
There's the Sunbeam. They wish to assist. Well, they don't want to, but, you know, they're willing to. And that says good things about them. They seem like nice folk. Okay. So we got the 2 new blueprints. We received the Neptune launch platform. Provides a stable surface from which to launch the Neptune. And the Cyclops soda upgrade, was that what we got? Because the Cyclops soda upgrade was earlier. But okay, so we went to the Altera and we got the Neptune launch platform. So we need to build that. And then I don't know. Okay. Captain's log. Loading program Craig McGill's simulator.vrat. Size 1 player. Captain Hot Dog Hollister. Map Boreal 9. Resources normal. You are exploring a quiet alien backwater when the ship you arrived here implodes. It must be the arachnid kidney poachers. Quick, what will you do? Search the crash site. Farm alien plants. Use the tectonic de-imploder. Unavailable. That's just what Craig McGill would do. After foraging for some hours, you have collected a number of potentially farmable foodstuffs, which you sustain yourself with. Stink root, tree roaches, or starwhale eggs. While the starwhale eggs are nutritious, the life cycle of these vast, space-fearing creatures is much too slow to sustain a farm. And besides, their mother is extremely angry with you. Fight the starwhale and apologize to the starwhale. Accept your fate. Greg McGill knows there's no reasoning with a mother scored. You are not so much torn apart as swallowed whole and disintegrated. The atoms you thought were you are gradually redistributed in service to the starwhale's continued survival. Would you like to continue? No. Really? That's okay. I was like, really? That's what we picked up with here? But before they lost communications, Altera HQ uploaded a set of blueprints to the Aurora's main computer. There is a high-security terminal inside the captain's quarters located behind the prawn bay, from which the blueprints can be accessible. The code is 2679. All right. I don't see where that would have told us anything about the, Riley. I don't know where you pick up Riley's stuff. But Sunbeam sounds like a sponsor. Sunbeam coming today. Space uses pad technology to slow time around the entity to as near a full stop as the laws of physics will permit, essentially anchoring the target in place without affecting its internal workings. It is designed to facilitate scientific and engineering operations by expanding the window of opportunity for action in time-sensitive scenarios. Stasis Rival features an independent, replaceable power cell, and the trigger may be held down to increase the area of effect and duration. Common applications include slowing fast-moving mechanisms, such as fast belts to facilitate mining maintenance operations, temporarily incapacitating organisms for research purposes, navigating perilous spaces by freezing potential threats. May not function correctly on larger life forms. Life's fast. Why not put it on pause? Oh yeah, we got the sturdy caps or the time capsule thing too. But No. It's not that your body breaks at 30 soft labor. It's that your body begins to break at 30. Things start. you're sitting well on a menu, your food and water don't go down? Interesting. All right. I've slept, and now we have another transmission.
Aurora, this is Sunbeam again. We just picked up a massive debris field at your location. I didn't know how many of you... I didn't know. We're now en route to your location. We're gonna bring you home. Sunbeam out. What else can I say? The only time I parked a rig this big on a rock that small was in VR. And I blew it. It's a bad option, all right, but so are all the others.
All right. The Sunbeam is in Routy.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Which means it's time for us to go talk to... Because we have gathered all of the hatching enzymes. So it's time for us to take the banana and go talk to the Sea Empress again.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Did I put my I did put my quantum power bank down. This would make sense some way. It's like, no, you can't. What the? This might be problematic. This is a bit of a sticky wicket. This is fine. Everything's fine. I'm aware of what the problem is, Mega GX. I just, you know, have to try and figure out a way to fix it. On the other hand, I can run across the ocean floor really well. And my oxygen's not going down either. I can stay here comfortably for quite some time. If I die, it fixes the problem. So, I'm also in hardcore mode, just to be clear. Hi, Chloe. Just to be clear, this is hardcore. Well, it turns out, Mega GX, that because of the mods that I'm running, this is actually the legacy version, not the current version. So, a lot of the problems that I encounter have been fixed, but I don't have the fixes. So that's sad, but it's the way it goes, you know? All right, do I see the power bank? There it is. Subnautica seems to be going well, other than a slight issue that we just encountered, but, you know, we worked our way around it. Probably. All right, so you want to go to the lava zone. Go in and come out, but this time you're swimming. You know what? Doesn't matter. It worked. I'm good. Let's not dwell on the details past that. Long day. Nothing but friendly fish here. Holy shit. I've literally never had that happen. That's the first time I've ever been grabbed by that, and I peed a little. I also didn't know if we were gonna die, because I've never had that happen. I've only ever had them do their fire attack at me. I say goddamn. Sir. Sir, I'm just trying to get inside the thing here. If you could leave me the fook alone. I did not know that either. I've never been grabbed by one. See how many times my oh, we made it this far without the problem. That was awkward? I don't know. Was that awkward? Just gonna... let's see. It's... hey, I have a marble one. That guy. Just gonna repair this up a little bit. Just patch that guy a little. He went through a bit. All right, now... we come over here. And we insert the hatching enzymes. Oh, look at the little guys. They're just little guys. They're just the little guys. Wait, I need to scan you. Aww. Little babbies. Aww. They say hi, Mom. Ah.
My young are swimming for the shallows. I thank you. Their freedom is my end.
Aww.
What will it be like, I wonder, to go to sleep and never wake up? Perhaps next we meet, I will be an ocean current, carrying seeds to a new land. Or a creature so small, it sees the gaps between the grains of sand. Farewell, friend.
Aww. She made sure her kids got out, and then her time was done. Oh, 07 to a good mom. And now we have concentrated enzyme 42. Ah, yeah.
Self-scan complete. Vital signs normal. No remaining sign of bacterial infection.
And with that, we are cured of the Kara that killed literally billions. Not only does it work fast, it works through a sealed suit. Aw, look at the little guys. They're just little guys. Now, in theory, warpers shouldn't bother me anymore because I'm no longer infected. I'm not convinced that that's actually true, but that's the theory. The warpers are meant to attack and enforce quarantine. Breach! I need a purple tablet. I think/thought there was one right up here, though. I found a purple tablet. Bye, noob.
Scans indicate this structure is composed of a metal alloy with unprecedented integrity. No
Integrity.
matches found in database. Performing structural analysis. Unknown language. Attempting translation.
Ourselves an ion cube.
Analysis of the patterns on the walls cannot ascertain whether their purpose is aesthetic or functional. Further data required.
More input needed.
Unknown language. Attempting translation. Your best probability of interfacing with this facility is achieved by accessing the control room in the lower
When we did it before, it was the save that we had to abandon because the mods didn't load right for the save. So we did do this once, but it was a different save that we got like 8 hours into and then had to start over. Your confusion is warranted. My disappointment is immeasurable. Yeah, we ended up having to, it was really very obnoxious because it's like we started it and we 100% I know that the mods loaded at first, and then at one point we came back in, and I noticed like the beacon for the mod place was gone, but I thought just like many other beacons, like it had filled in, and so I was like, oh, okay. But then it turned out like no, the mods were gone from this save.
The facility's control room lies beyond this doorway.
Okay. So to look at these a little bit. We saw the alien rifle, strong resemblance to human property. This device must have been designed with humanoid user in mind. Whether the aliens built this structure were themselves humanoid or whether otherwise employed the use of humanoids is unclear. What is clear is they considered defending this facility a necessary precaution. There's no obvious way to remove the rifle from the case. And then we had a doomsday device. Scans indicate this device contains enough potential energy to destroy the entire planet along with most of the solar system. Yikes! Fortunately, it has malfunctioned. Better. And then we had terminal data. Discovered inside an alien facility. It was not possible to translate any useful information. However, scans have returned some information on the device itself. It is likely a solid-state computer, although there is no clear way to interface with it. On approach, it began producing a low-frequency radio wave containing complex but recognizable data patterns. It is likely the alien species which designed this technology evolved or genetically selected sensory apparatus to hear and understand the information being broadcast by the device and to communicate back. The mental processing power required to perform this kind of telepathy would imply the designers were considerably more psychologically developed than the common human. This data set appears to be a multidimensional schematic of some kind. By mapping the pattern to three-dimensional space, it is possible to gather a basic understanding of this facility's internal workings. Construction material. The facility unknown construction material is identified as an ultra-hard, non-reactive metal amalgam synthesized from off-world materials. There is no indication that it can be damaged or destroyed by available means. The schematic indicates the facility was to be powered by a separate self-sustaining power plant located elsewhere on the planet. Its location is not listed, but there is evidence the designers intended to harness the planet's natural thermal energy. The facility consists of the upper engineering section where this schematic was found and the control room, which is accessed via a security-sealed elevator shaft or a separate underwater moon pool. Control. The control room in the lower section houses the only known way to interface the facility. However, the schematic does not detail the operation procedure of or installed security. So then you interface with this, and it's like, zzz. But basically what this is, what we're in, is a giant gun. And if you let the Sunbeam come in, you actually get to see the gun deploy and shoot the Sunbeam down, which is sad. But it just obliterates them. We're gonna try. Actually, I'll turn that off when we get there. But we are cured of the Kara. And there is nothing left of us. We have a little bit more warning than that black tiger. Okay, that goes to the warp room. I'm not even sure where that warp is. I would be very concerned about now. Actually, earlier than that. About the time I started floating, I myself would find myself fairly panicked and concerned. Because as much as that could be an elevator, I could also see if it was a different kind of movie with the tech, something gruesome happening to them. Hi, Rand. How you doing? What's up, buddy? Let me just check on this old timer and let me. Oh my god! Reminds you of the Borg. I mean, I think it's that aesthetic right there. So basically, that's a giant fucking gun. And when the Sunbeam gets close, the idea of the gun and the reason that the aliens built this is that they were trying to quarantine this planet and keep the Kara from spreading. Now, it's not entirely clear whether the Kara originated here or became here. It seems like it might have, like the gun and the warpers would indicate that it originated here, but that's not really how a lot of the stuff reads as much. But regardless, even if it originated here, they did not want anything infected coming or going. And basically put this planet or put this planet under full quarantine. So the gun just literally blasts anything out. And that is what actually the Aurora was just passing by, and this shot the Aurora and knocked it down. So that's why the Aurora crashed, is that gun. And if you leave it, then the Sunbeam also meets a unpleasant demise. Which it still could do, because we have not turned it off. So there's the Aurora. I don't know what all caps the RPG is, but okay. It's a quarantined plant. It's fine, Hooded Raven.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
So we need to recharge our power bank with an ion cube and that. And then we can get our foods. Do the deposits. Let's see what the Lost Rivers mined up for us. I was like, wow, nothing, but we've got quartz, we've got copper, we've got lead. So what I'm doing right now is we have a miner, like a drill mining machine in the Lost River at a depot, and it deposits its things into this network. There's no way that I have found to automatically migrate things from one to the other. And so I'm basically just pulling things out of that one at its limited storage and putting it into our main system, which has a lot more storage. So I'm just transferring the items out of the Lost River so they can continue working and putting it into our stuff so that we can be happy with life or liberty or the pursuit of just it. Regardless, it's, you know, I keep taking its lube, which it's auto crafting, so it's like, hey, put that back. No, I don't want to put this here. I want to put this in the main one. My lubricant. Interestingly, the lava zone one could not mine kyanite, so we might need to move the lava zone one into a different area to try and make that work. All right, and then that's just growing. That's there. So now that is emptied of all its stuffs. And don't worry, we got plenty of sand that I can't remember what it was used for. I mean, it says it's used for making glass, but, you know, obviously we use quartz to make glass, so I don't know what that is. Apparently, Monday felt really long for all of you. So that just leaves the Neptune platform, which I believe is built off the mobile thing. All right. We don't want to build it right there, though, because we don't want it to land on other things. So we'll swim over here. And deploy. It seemed to freak everything the fuck out, but that's okay. Aim that. No, we do not want it aiming this way. We want it aiming the other way. This is not a way to victory. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking. Maybe not quite so much. A little bit back the other way. Okay. Good enough, probably. Today was a Google migration day for some of the departments worldwide. So I volunteered 2 hours to sit in a call and answer any questions. As ambassador, I got switched about the go. I only got one question in the 2 hours, and it would have been self-answered had people known how to read the 10,001 documents they provided. Who knows how to read? And now we have the Neptune platform. Of course, we still got to build a fucking rocket. But one thing at a time, I suppose. I don't have what it takes. Like, the fact that it saw that I had anything means that it can reach some of the inventory, so it might be that I don't actually have what it takes to make plasteel, which would just mean that I'm low on titanium again. There's nothing on the radio. Oh, there's definitely plasteel right there. Oh, no power. All right. That just means that I need to do it this way. Sweet Neptune, bro. Ah, so I need to bring it with me. Okay. So copper wire and lube. I had 2 boxes about one half full and the other full, both on the 3rd shelf of the storage unit in a below zero freezer on metal shelves. Said boxes were not only higher up for my small self, they were stuck together. So what did I decide? To grab both of them. Managed to knock one on off the top, hit my head on the shelf behind me while somehow not dropping either box. Ouch. This is not the way to victory. Hi, nerd friend. How you doing? My assumption is if she's made it back to Twitch chat, she's doing okay. Tornadoes? Oh dear. Be safe, of course. All right. So we've built a gantry for our rocket. Now we need boosters, 2 aerogel, another plastil, a wiring kit, and 3 nickels. Okay, I need to turn that off. I don't think we need to have that auto-doing anymore. We can say, boom, main base configure, this guy, keep one item entire. Okay, so that's correct. We don't want to cancel that. We want to keep... Oh, wait, no. I don't want that. I want that disabled. Okay. Confirm. And then also it looks like the other one isn't connected to us. So it's running off of its own power. Which you shouldn't have to do. This is BS003, right? Yeah. Let's make sure it's still connected. I just didn't see it, It is fully powered. Well, not completely. Yeah. Connect to base. BS003. Execute. All right. So now that is... Okay, and we have a... comms message. And then I don't want... I want to change the filter so that it is now blacklisting. Not blacklisting that, but is blacklisting that and that. Perfect.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
This is Sunbeam. You know Aurora. We're from a little transgov on the far side of Andromeda, and we have a saying there. There's no bad without the good, no good without the bad. Sounds like you tasted a bunch of the former, but that only means you're overdue a whole lot of the latter. Might just be we're in. We're scanning for somewhere to park. We'll be in touch when we find it. Sunbeam out.
All right, so the Sunbeam is here and now trying to figure out how to park. So we'll save there. Today is Monday. Mondays are normally my day off, but with the Streamathon going, I'm here. But I do take the latter half of the day still to try and get things around the house done and exist as a human for just a couple minutes to myself and maybe rest my voice so it's not talking so much. So we're going to go ahead and wrap on that and on the day. We'll be back tomorrow and quite possibly days after that. We have 11 hours basically on the clock still. So what a day. Thank you for the support, guys. Thank you for keeping us going. And we'll be back tomorrow with more. In the meantime, be good, be your best selves, and I will see you then. Good night, everybody.
You carry the world upon your shoulders.